We are Pearsall ISD.
The time is now 6:31 p.m. and I call this meeting of the Pearsall Independent School Board of Trustees to order. We'll do a roll call. Matthew Aguilar here, Diana Hughes here, Dora Monte Rodriguez here, Adrian Ramirez here, Lionel Gondara here, and Mari Benavides here. And for the record, Trustee Reyes is participating in the meeting via video conference in accordance with Texas Government Code 551.127. Move on to invocation. Ms. Mari Benavides.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts, thankful for the opportunity to serve our students, families, and community. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as we carry out the responsibilities entrusted to us. Grant us clarity in our decisions, fairness in our judgment, and compassion in our discussions. Help us to listen with open minds, speak with respect, and act with integrity in all that we do. May our choices reflect what is best for every student, supporting their growth, safety, and success. Straighten us to work together in unity, even when perspectives differ, always keeping the greater good at the center of our work. We ask for your continued blessings on our schools, our staff, and the families we serve in. Your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 4, recognitions. Ms. Martinez.
Consistently demonstrates high expectations for all students, and she believes every child can learn and succeed. She always puts students first, making decisions that prioritize academic progress, emotional well-being, and a safe, supporting learning environment. type of teammate who is always willing to help others, offering support, ideas, and encouragement whenever needed. And every now and then when we have some challenging times, she constantly offers help and support and encouragement whenever needed. She takes the initiatives and models calm, solution-focused leadership during those times. And her dedication, reliability, and particularly her heart for our little Mavs make a positive impact on our entire campus and our community. Thank you, Ms. Gaitan. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, everyone. For our Intermediate Student of the Month for April, Pearsall Intermediate would like to recognize Martin Martinez. Come on up. Martin is a role model student who excels in academics and behavior. He has been on the top 10 IXL leaderboard for several weeks and has perfect attendance for all year long. Please join me in congratulating Martin as our April Student of the Month. For our Employee of the Month for April, we would like to recognize our school counselor, Mrs. Olvera. Only goes above to preparing weekend snack bags. Ms. Olvera creating a welcoming environment for our students.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Pearsall community. Student of the month, PGA. I hope he's here. I don't see him. Is he back there? No? No? Okay. I'll read about him. Ben consistently puts in strong effort in class, completes assignments on time, and is always willing to help his classmates. Yay, Big Ben! Great example through good behavior and his work ethic. In addition to academic success, Ben is actively involved in extracurricular activities, showing commitment and teamwork beyond the classroom. Congratulations, Ben. The Teacher of the Month for PJH is Miss Erica Cuellar. Ms. Cuellar has made it a priority to ensure that every student, especially those with dyslexia, feel capable and supported in her classroom. She understands that students learn in different ways, and she adapts her teaching methods to meet those needs. Ms. Cuellar emphasizes students' strengths, helping them recognize their potential and build self-confidence. She takes the time to listen to her students and works closely with parents to make sure that each child gets the help they need. We are proud to have Ms. Cuellar.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Spohr, and our guests tonight. Pearsall High School is proud to recognize Madison Longitude as our April Student of the Month. She consistently demonstrates a strong work ethic, maintains a positive attitude, and shows respect for others in all that she does. Madison comes to class prepared each day, remains actively engaged in her learning, and is always willing to support her classmates when needed. Her positivity and commitment to doing her best make her a great representation of our campus. Congratulations, Madison. Pearsall High School is proud to recognize Julian Hernandez as our April Employee of the Month. As an anatomy and physiology teacher, he consistently keeps students engaged through meaningful hands-on learning experiences that promote understanding and curiosity. In addition to his work in the classroom, Coach Hernandez plays an important role in our athletic program, contributing to both football and track. His dedication to student success, both academically and athletically, reflects his commitment to excellence and Maverick pride.
All right, as we are finished with our campuses, we will transition into the District Employee of the Month here for the month of, for this evening. We do have a special recognition this month for our District Employee of the Month, and I'm going to go ahead and read it. H-E-B has every year bestowed upon our educators the Excellence in Education Awards, and Pearsall ISD is very fortunate to have one of our employees that was able to be recognized. So I'm going to read a little bit about the information here. So, being selected as a semifinalist during the preliminary judging of the 2026 HEB Excellence in Education Awards. So, over 2,000 applications from educators all over Texas, and judges had their work cut out for them in narrowing the field. Of those applications, 150 teachers, 50 counselors, and 50 principals were selected as semifinalists and went on to compete in the regional judging process. Obviously, readers were very, very impressed with their written comments and extensive professional accomplishments. The 50 teacher, counselor, and principal finalists were announced through surprise school visits that took place February through March. In our minds, however, you are all winners, and so are your students. In recognition, also, HEB was able to provide a $500 gift card for this particular staff member. So, in recognition for all of her achievements and accomplishments for our district, the District Employee of the Month for this month is High School Principal Miss Melissa Bass. At this time, we will continue with our recognitions this evening. I will invite our Pearsall ISD Athletic Director, Mr. Joey Cantu, for some athletic recognitions.
Good evening, Board, Board President, Dr. Spohr, and all that are in attendance. Today I have the pleasure of recognizing some outstanding athletes who both excel not only on the field but off the field in the classroom. Today we are going to recognize our powerlifters and our soccer team. And so if I could have our powerlifters come up with Coach Cortez and Coach Marquez, we'll get started with them. So this year I had the pleasure of attending a powerlifting meet, and you know, my first powerlifting meet that I attended was the state competition. And I would tell you that these athletes here deserve a lot of, you know, credit for what they do, the work they put in, and everything that, you know, they get out of their sport. You know, I was fortunate enough to see our state qualifier, Hunter Gonzalez, compete. And when someone's squatting 750 pounds, that's a lot of weight. And so it's pretty amazing to see someone compete and squat that much. You know, but we had numerous of athletes who did really well. And then people who have particular jobs in the sport that come out and they do their job, and they're a big, important part of the whole powerlifting program. And so I just want to commend Coach Marquez and Coach Cortez for everything that they do, and kind of recognize them. So just kind of like you see on the board here, you know, we had Hunter Gonzalez as our state qualifier and regional champ. We had Mark Ramirez as our regional qualifier. On the girls' side, we had Dominique Sempron. There we go. Thank you. Who was third at regionals. We had regional qualifiers: Amaris Reed, Audrina Ibarra, Leilene Cuevas, Neila Escobedo, Savannah Hasso, and Yuli Valdez. And so let's give them a round of applause. Coach, will you hand those to them, please? And then also is we have our called the wrap. I'm gonna. Coach Cortez told me, he goes, "Hey, you know, this young man is one of our rappers." I kind of took it a little bit differently, and I was like, "Well, I can rap," and so I kind of started beatboxing a little bit, and he was like, "That's not the rapping we're talking about, Coach." But these guys are particularly special because they're the ones who wrap the bands around the athletes' knees and do those things. And that's an important part because you only have a certain amount of time and you got to get it pretty tight and do those things. And so I want to commend all of these people up here and these athletes because they do a great job. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Next, if I could have Coach Reyes and the boys team come up here to the front first, and then we'll do announce the girls. Do we have the boys come on up? Coach Reyes. All of these, so you can. So as I kind of go through these awards here today, obviously our boys soccer team, you know, again, we had a couple of different feat that are, you know, this year that we accomplished. You know, I think we had our first district point, you know, in the school history and program. And again, that just kind of shows you a little bit about the upward trend that these boys are having and kind of the momentum as to going into the following year, so on and so forth. But we're really excited about their accomplishments, and I'm really excited about the next slide, which I'll show you here in a second. But I do want to recognize a couple of players for their outstanding achievement. Abel Elizondo, first team All-District. Second team All-District, Alejandro Garza. And then a couple of our All-District honorable mentions, Aiden, Edgar, and Mizel. Okay. A couple of other things, and I know, board, you're very Proud of this one because this is the academic side, but we had 9 academic all-district players from our soccer team, and so this is really amazing. We have Roland Elizondo, Mizel, Alejandro Garza, Alexander Peralta, Nathan Quezada, Mark Ramirez, Philip Rivera, Victor Villarreal, and Jonathan Garcia Casilla. And of course, one team cannot be great without the support and the help of others, and Mr. Bass right here was a great part of that, and so we want to also recognize him for his contributions. All right, take a picture real quick. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, if I can have the ladies now, the girls soccer team, please come forward. Again, we had some outstanding achievements on the girls' side. I got to see the girls and the guys play several times, and I would tell you right now they do a lot of running. And I'm very impressed with all the running that we do, and I will tell you right now, you know, that's something that for me is courageous, because when you're constantly moving, you're constantly running, you're constantly competing, it says a lot about athletes. And so for our girls soccer team, we had our first team all-district, the goalie, Miss Bethany Hernandez. Second team all-district, Sophia Hernandez. And then our all-district honorable mention, Nevaeh Quesada, Genesee, and Maya. And then again, like I said, the one thing that we can be all proud of is what they do, you know, in the classroom as well. And you have your academic all-district where you had 11 athletes who have to score 90 or above, you know, during their time of playing, and that shows a lot about who they are and what they do. And so again, 11 athletes to become academic all-district is something to be very proud of, ladies. And so you had Kaylee Elizondo, Bethany Hernandez, Lindsay Hernandez, Sophia Hernandez, Madison Jungitude. I'm glad you know, Ms. Bass said that, so it kind of, I was like, okay. Jeslyn Leal, Natalie Quezada, Nevaeh Quezada, Reina Rodriguez, Genesee Salazar, and Starlyn Soteo. Congratulations. All right. Pictures, ladies. Coach, here's those. Sorry. Those are the academics. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
As we continue on here this evening, I will invite our Pearsall ISD Band Director, Mr. Armando Perez, to recognize our band students here this evening. I believe he's just outside in the hallway. He should be in here shortly. There he is.
Hello, sir.
Let me call you up real quick. I'll call you up right now. I guess, see, just when you hear your name, just come up, I guess. Hey, good evening, board, Dr. Spoor. We have a few recognitions to do this evening for our solo and ensemble students. So, get to it real quick. If you hear your name, go ahead and come up. We're going to start with the flutes. Avery Garcia. in the middle, so you can take a look at it. We have Scarlett Miranda. Shane. Paige O'Connor. Here. Sofia Ramon. Scarlett Flores, clarinets. And here. Alan Lucio. Garcia. We'll go with the French horns next. We'll do Maya Cantu. Here. Maya. DeVay Vincent. Aaron Vera. And Taylor Stone for French horns. Isaiah Gown, trumpet. Josana Maldonado. Ethan Morales. Joe Peña. Cordero Perez. Y'all can take out the little post-it so y'all can take a look at your medal. The post-it was just for labeling. Make sure everyone's counted for. Criselda Perez. Madison Wolf. I'll say something about Paige O'Connor and Madison Wolf. Both individuals, Madison Wolf performed two different pieces. She performed a solo on her baritone, received the first division for that, earned a medal for the baritone solo that she played, and she also performed with a trumpet trio, and also got a class 1. And there's a difference. A class 1, if you get a first division on the class 1 solo, that means you advance to the state solo and ensemble. So she is one of 3 that will be advancing. So not only did she get superior ratings, but she got it on 2 different instruments. So good for her. And Paige O'Connor was also she got a first division on the flute trio, and she got an excellent rating on the flute solo she performed. So continuing, Annabelle Perez. Liana Banda, here. Joseph Cantu. Annabella Garcia. Josiah Balderrama. Malia Esparza. Destiny Morales. William Moots on tuba. And we have Angela Liat on percussion. Nicholas Lial. Abigail Juarez. Daniel Clopton. And Nayeli Benavides. So these are our few students that a small group of the 33 that we had perform in the solo ensemble. Of the 33, we had 22 first divisions. More than half of the students that participated got a first division, which is a superior rating, and a few of them got a handful of the second division, which is an excellent rating. Each one of these kids is on their own musical journey, and we met them where they were, and we assigned, Miss Montalongo was really instrumental in assigning the correct literature to these young individuals, and they performed everything very well. And each one of them grew, and I couldn't be prouder for these kids and their accomplishments. Now, within this group, we can go to the next slide. Oh, which button is it? This is fancy. Oh. Okay, so of these individuals over here that received a first division, these are the individuals that will be advancing to the state solo and ensemble contest to be held on May 23rd at Lehman High School in Kyle, Texas. The trumpet trio, there's Madison Wolf, but we also have Griselda Perez and Annabelle Perez. Y'all can step, I guess, to the front or something. These are state advancing students on their trumpet trio. Not a trio, a quartet, or a quintet doesn't have to memorize music. So they just have to perform with each other and achieve that. Now, percussion soloists, the soloist is different. In order to advance into to the state level for the Texas Solo Ensemble, Texas State Solo Ensemble, you have to not only perform a Class 1 solo, but play it from memory. This is literature that I myself, Ms. Montalongo, and any band teacher out there is playing at a collegiate level. These kids are doing a fantastic job, not only just performing this kind of literature, but from memory. I can tell you myself, I didn't have my literature memorized, and I played it for a grade. And these guys played it from memory. So, Angela Liat, you step forward. Also a standing. She performed a tenor drum solo. You guys have seen it in the marching band where she wear it, and there's like 4 or 5 other drums right in front of them. She performed her solo on that as well. So these 3 individuals that are here in attendance will be advancing to the state solo and ensemble contest on May 23rd. So that's it. Yeah, congratulations, guys. And these are my shoes. And let's go. Good job.
All right, continuing on with recognitions here this evening. Earlier this month, we did have Assistant Principal Appreciation Week, and in recognition of Assistant Principal Appreciation Week and the dedication and support students, guides, manage the many responsibilities of campus life. Through your leadership, professionalism, and commitment to excellence, you help and our schools. So we do like to recognize all of our assistant principals at the high school, Lisa Compton and Dr. Neda Ramirez. We do have at the junior high, Gilbert Cantu and Laquita Dalton. At the intermediate, we have Erica Lopez and Samantha Parsons. And at the elementary, we have Miss Aleda Velasquez. So we will get these certificates to our assistant principals. We did want to recognize them here this evening. Also, just so happens today, we have Administrative Assistants Appreciation Days, or otherwise known as Secretary Day. And so in celebration of Administrative Assistants Day and in recognition of your dedication, organization, and support to Pearsall ISD, your attention to detail, professionalism, and ability to keep our campuses and departments running smoothly are vital to the success of our district. Through your daily efforts, you provide a critical support to our office staff, students, and Maverick families. So we definitely appreciate all of our administrative assistants. Board, as you can imagine, we have quite a list of administrative assistants. We will get these certificates to them, but we definitely wanted to recognize them here this evening at the board meeting. So happy Administrative Assistance Day to all of our secretaries here in the district. Next, we also did have earlier this month, we had Paraprofessional Appreciation Day, and in recognition of the dedication and support to the students and staff of Pearsall ISD. Their patience, care, and play is essential in the success of our classrooms. Through your daily support and encouragement, you help create meaningful learning experience and ensure that every Maverick student has the opportunity to grow and succeed. So again, throughout the district, we have a lot of paraprofessionals that help with every day running the school and running the classroom support that we desperately need in order to have our students successful in the classroom. So we wanted to recognize them as well. We will be handing these to campus principals in recognition, and I will be remiss if I did not say we do have more formal recognitions, that we do have pictures and postings, and we are able to show that on our social media in addition to recognizing them here tonight at the board meeting. So. And last but not least, we will now have our fifth 6 weeks attendance champion for the fifth 6 weeks. So coming in, this is a very, very close race, and these two campuses have been neck and neck the whole year. And so we did have a new champion the last 6 weeks, which was the intermediate. So Gina Baker, would you mind coming up real quick? We're going to be able to have our new 6 weeks attendance champion for the fifth 6 weeks. I know it's going to be hard. All right, so I'm going to tell you how close it was, and again, it wasn't even a percentage point. It was 13/10 of a percentage point. So in second place, we have the former champion, Miss Gina Baker, at the intermediate with 92.20 attendance for the campus. So our new attendance champion is a familiar face. And we have the junior high with 92.33 for the fifth 6 weeks. So Miss Principal Talamantes, please come up and reclaim your championship belt. When our students show up to school and show up to school to learn, we all win. So although they're very, very competitive, I want to commend all of our campuses for the efforts that they're making day in and day out in order to improve our attendance each and every day. So congratulations, Principal Talamantes.
Alrighty. The recognition piece of this meeting. We'll be moving on to item 5, public comment. Do we have any public comments? No public comments. And we will move on to item 6A, presentations, Oak Street update. Dr. Jody Sport.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, board members, members of the community. This evening we have Leroy San Miguel and Ron Ramirez going to give us an update on the traffic signalization at the high school. We are also joined by Francis Maresca and some team from TxDOT, and I believe Leroy will introduce them, and they'll be here to help answer some questions as well. I'll hand it over to Mr. San Miguel.
Thank you, Dr. Spohr. Okay. That's it? Yep. Okay. So thank you for allowing us this opportunity to give you an update on the signalization at the high school. I know this is an item that's been discussed several times before, and I'm going to give you a kind of a background here as we go along, just to bring everybody up to speed. So the presentation outlines purpose, background, signalization at the high school. We'll talk a little bit more about what that's all about. Given that that is a roadway that is governed by TxDOT. We also took an opportunity to look at crosswalk options, and then some information that Dr. Spohr provided in terms of law enforcement information regarding what's happening right now at the intersection. So the purpose of the presentation is to bring you a status update, which we promised we would do last time, and to seek some level of board direction or an idea of where we want to go next based on the information we've been sharing with you. TxDOT, say hi, Francis and Elvia, and I can't remember the gentleman's name there. Jay. Okay, Jay. all with TxDOT. So thank you so much for being here and participation in this presentation. So a little bit of background. On January 14th, during the workshop, was presented, and during that presentation, we offered 3 different options. One is leave the condition as is, given that law enforcement has been employed by the district to help with the traffic control, and then the second one was improvements in the signalization. Let's proceed with that particular project. And then the third option was perform a comprehensive master plan of the entire campus, see if there was any other opportunities there. Board elected to review and continue the process of the signalization and try to figure out more detail, or get more detail on conceptual design and cost estimates. So to continue that, we had to get back to TxDOT because they have a lot of information that they could share with us that is needed for us to move forward. We had a meeting on February 6th. These are all the individuals, TxDOT representative, district representatives, and ourselves as well. We met, and the discussion was centered around the signalization that was warranted. TxDOT did an in-house study and found the intersection met one of the warrants in the signalization, and they can talk a little bit more about that in more detail if they want. With the condition that neighborhood of the entrance and exit, the one on the backside, would remain closed. Otherwise, signalization probably would not be warranted. Engineer did the original studies no longer with the team, and I know we have a new engineer there, and so they needed some additional time to kind of study things through again, so to speak. They stated they were still committed to working with the district to make sure that everything was safe to the best of their ability. And when we met, we requested some additional information that we needed to kind of get our thoughts together. Other discussions that were talked were crosswalk, possible island of refuge, and easements that may be necessary to provide to TxDOT, given that the improvements will need to be further internally, so to speak, of district property, and some bidding requirements. So that's kind of a very outline. They did advise that they would not support a split drive up there because of the cumbersomeness of trying to get that resolved and working properly. There's a possibility of 3 lanes instead of Maverick, because I know at one time or another we talked about 4 lanes, but they needed more time to investigate that as well. And that way we would leave the 3 lanes that are there now without any real improvement, so to speak. They did advise that existing utilities in the right-of-way may need to be relocated, and so therefore some easements may be. And of course, these are high-level discussions that we were just undertaking during that conversation. They said they would get back with us on an update, information is discussed. So we did get the response from that, so thank you, TxDOT, for providing that information. I offered apologies because it took us a little while, especially when you get a new engineer and having to get to all that data and information to make sure everything is as it should. And so, but what they did find out was that the study that was conducted, the analysis determined that the intersection does not meet the warrant requirements for a trafficalization at this point in time. And information was provided in terms of crash data. There have been 0 crashes within the last 5 years with 150 feet of the intersection and approach. Also that during the arrival and dismissal, because the district is currently managed by law enforcement, that it appears that the intersection is being managed appropriately and in compliance with operations during the school hours and so forth, so on. So that was another thing. And it was based on presence of law enforcement, including emergency lighting, increased driver awareness, and compliance. While the intersection does not currently meet the signalization warrants, TxDOT is committed and remains committed to pedestrian safety. So they ended with, if there's other things that we would like to explore, that they would be more than happy to visit with us and see and start the evaluation process. So given that the traffic signalization at this particular point in time is not warranted at the intersection, then it would be our recommendation that we don't proceed with that because it would not be approved, obviously. But an option to provide a crosswalk, which we've talked about before, would be a viable option. But however, and then Ron is here to share with you some ideas just generally of what that would start to look like. So I just unloaded a lot of information to you guys, so I'm just going to stop right here. And if there's any questions, certainly, I know TxDOT's here in case they want to share anything further.
Thank you, Mr. San Miguel. Hi, Ms. Francis. I know you remember me. So I do have some questions. In going back and forth in emails, I'm sure you saw my email, in regards to the statement you made that there was, with the new engineer, and welcome, and you coming on, why was there a new study done, even if we already had the study already in place? It was already done. Why did we conduct a new study? Okay, so that was question number one. Why was a new study done? And I was not aware that a study was going to be done. And two, I have a little bit of I'm confused. I don't understand why all of a sudden there was no crashes in the past 5 years, any findings of that, when 2 years ago, that's what prompted us to begin this idea and this study. I witnessed it myself. And then Mr. Gandara did research with the city of Pearsall and was able to provide that research and information to TxDOT in the past 5 years, findings of reported crashes and pullovers and tickets that were warranted there. And I don't know why that wasn't even official. Why does that void that information all of a sudden?
So to answer your first question, the reason why we reran the study is I just got here to this position about 6 months ago, and at the end of the day, if a new signal is going to come in, I'm signing off on it. So at that point, you know, everything that was already completed is done, it's vetted, but this new stuff, I went ahead and made the decision to go ahead and rerun the study to see if it warrant anything. Now, it was stated before that in the first study, we did close the back gate. So in this study, I'm leaving everything as is today with not modifying anything, and that came back as not being warrant, the signal. So to answer your second question, the crashes are not within that intersection. When we're looking at improving an intersection, we're not taking into account the next intersection. The crashes were a little bit further, more than 150 feet from that intersection, and even if it was near there, that won't change the warrant for a traffic signal. It's not based off of the crashes, it's also based on the traffic that's being created coming out of that school. I'm not sure if I answered everything or if y'all had anything else to.
So the information that you got, that you sent to us, what I saw is a lot of speeding. I don't know that is taken into account when you're doing a warrant study. I apologize. I'm the area engineer for Frio County. I am not a traffic expert. That's why I brought Elvia and Jerry with me. So I promise I'm not trying to defer anything, but I'm just not an expert as they are in that field. So I don't do those warrant studies. But I know that was something we had discussed before. We looked at the location of what we feel is the incident that maybe you were referring to, and it appeared as though it was closer to the north Maverick Drive than it was the south Maverick Drive.
No, it was on the south.
So we use a program that like our police officers use where those reports or those crashes are reported, and that's what we're reviewing, right, Chris, yes, to pull that data.
So we get to see the actual police report, as Francis is saying, and that shows the location, and we didn't see it at that specific intersection.
Okay, so you did say something about when you did the study, our back gate is closed now.
It was during the first study.
It was closed.
Correct.
Mr. Gandar, can you refresh my memory on that? When we did that study, so they're saying the back gate was.
We ran the data as if the back gate were closed. I don't think it was closed at the time, but we ran the data as if it were to see if it would warrant that way.
I'm not sure if the back gate was closed because I know we were in the midst of putting up the fencing. So as of right now, I mean, we do keep that back gate locked throughout the course of the day. So
I believe what they're referring to is the when students are allowed and folks are allowed to come onto the high school and leave during the normal comings and goings, that gate on the back is open, so people can enter and exit there. And the original study was as if that were permanently closed and there was no opportunity to go in through that gate. So that's how the numbers came out different, and they ran this one as it's currently, the traffic currently flows in the morning and the afternoon with that gate open.
Okay.
I guess all the confusion we have right now is basically during the first meetings that we had a year and a half ago type deal, everything was kosher, you know, and brought excitement to the board, you know, something for safety, you know, within the community. And I'm talking about community in the school district, you know, and of course in town. And then all of a sudden, you know, we have this lead difference, you know, and where, you know, things have changed and we're looking from different eyes now and different situations. And I know we're talking about the, you know, a new person in charge now and, you know, gates being closed or, you know, less traffic, but there has been, you know, the actual crashes on 1990 Drive, Maverick Drive, right there in that. It's way less than 150, you know, it's right on it, you know, so. I mean, you said that, you know, the police report states different.
It does say different, and that's not what's going to warrant a signal
No, I understand
either.
that, but
Yeah.
I wish we would have known that then. You know, when, I mean, because it started, you know, I didn't jump on this conversation till probably after the second meeting. And then, you know, I guess the group grew a little bit, and we got different TxDOT representatives coming in. We had 3 or 4 at one time, and nothing like this was ever mentioned, you know, at least what you're saying, you know, type deal, you know, so.
No, I definitely hear you, and our priority is always the safety and safety for the children. I have a kid in high school too, so I completely understand. It's not me pointing who gets a signal and who doesn't, you know, the same with the driveway, but it sounds also that the system y'all have in play right now with having an officer out there, that's working, and that's the best, safest thing you could have right now is having that police car there to let the drivers know to slow down, or having, once you add a signal, I mean, that I get so many more other complaints when a signal comes in too. People can run the signal too. It just happens, right? So we're trying to think of what is the safest. Right now, y'all already have something in play that's working, and you know, there's reasons of a signal warrant, and that's based on traffic, based on a 4-hour data. There's several others that right now the school just does not meet that.
When y'all did the last study, how many days did y'all have it on there? And
1 day, 24 hours.
So it's typical that it's on a weekday, not a Monday or a Friday. It's typical that the weather is good. It's a typical school day, so that we're gathering the traffic data that's normal.
And that's normal for y'all to just do 1-day studies?
Yes.
Okay.
Even with law enforcement already in place there?
Yes.
Now, the law enforcement, when we brought them on, and I want to correct that they are not employed by the district. They are contracted, and they were contracted as a temporary measure. And I'm all about safety. You know that, Ms. Francis. We wouldn't be having this conversation. But it's temporary, and that's what we talked about as a board. And so that's why I want to move forward with a different idea of maybe the crosswalk, and talking to board about getting cross guards. I did see, Dr. Spoor, that there was another officer today, this afternoon, off of Power Plant Road behind Walmart, and that was new to see, so I wasn't aware that we were going to be having somebody in place over there.
We can ask Chief.
I saw that as I was picking up my child. I think that was just something that happened today.
Okay, so is that part of us? Okay.
Because I saw the same thing as I was picking up my child.
I just wanted to ask, so at this time, obviously, the traffic light is, you know, it's not a warrant as far as like, it's not needed at this time. would you all be conducting an independent study to make sure that that continues to be the case? Or we would have to reach out with the same concern? How does that work?
I'll have to go back and check, but once I do a study, it's valid for, I need to check the years again, but at least 2 years that it's valid. So I can always go back in the future, but I'm not doing anything independent that would change the numbers today. It's not going to change today.
On other discussions, number 2, possible island of refuge. What exactly is that, or is that your dividing?
That's the next
Oh,
One of the
okay.
other options that, correct me if I'm wrong, please. One of the other options that we discussed at the meeting, okay, let me. Crosswalk options, okay? When, we have, based on the input from TxDOT, and we have come to the conclusion that a traffic signal is just not gonna happen at this time, you know, with TxDOT approval. Now, anything that happens in TxDOT right away has to be, you know, reviewed by TxDOT. They have to have input, you know, improvements that are gonna go into the right of way, and ultimately they have approval if we go forward with a project. We talked about a crosswalk if we can't do a traffic signal, and that option, with TxDOT's blessing, we can go forward with and come up with options. Now, there's gonna be several, you know, what that's gonna take. I mean, moving forward from here, you know, we would be surveying the affected property, and just so you know a little bit about what that would entail, you know, right now, I've walked that area, and to me, you know, without involving TxDOT yet, but the obvious places for a crosswalk are right at that intersection. There's ramps. Let me see this. There was a pointer on this thing, wasn't there? Okay. Well, at the intersection at the front, you know, there's ramps that come across with a sidewalk running up Oak Street. On the school side, you know, there's ramps so that pedestrians can access and cross the driveway and, you know, keep walking. There's 2 obvious places for a crosswalk, either on one side of the intersection or the other. To answer your question, this is a 5-lane road, you know, and typically on a 5-lane road, if we have the opportunity to put our road that wide, we have the opportunity to put a refuge island in the middle. We do that, of course, with TxDOT's blessing. That would be a raised island. That would be, they could cross halfway, you know, and they'd have a little safety zone in the middle, and then they can cross the other half, being that they're crossing a 5-lane road. But in this particular case, there's a left turn lane coming down from the north to south, coming towards that intersection. So there's going to be cars lined up there. We can't put a refuge island on that side, which would be, you know, there. On the south side of that intersection, well, that's a left turn lane for all the different driveways and businesses that are coming, you know, along the street. Basically, there's a center lane, you know, outside of the turn lane for the high school. The rest of that street has a center lane that cars are going to be pulling into and out of, and a raised refuge island on that side isn't real feasible as far as what I'm seeing either. Another thing that I don't know if you all have considered is that there is no pedestrian accessibility from the right-of-way to the school building. One of the things that we're going to have to add to a project like this is the improvements that are required within the school site. You know, I just did an exhibit saying, okay, we're crossing on this side of the street. You know, you can see how there's a sidewalk extension avoiding the main lanes of traffic with crosswalks to get a pedestrian access to the building. If we were to go, you know, cross on the other side of the street, it'd be the same thing. You know, there'd be a sidewalk along the length. Little challenges. If you walk the site, of course, you're going to have to go around trees. You have a security fencing now that we need to figure out how to get across and how gates get open, because that's a sliding gate. So it might not take this particular route. It might vary from this route in places. There's signs and other improvements within the school district we need to, and you know, in 1 or 2 places there's drainage coming off and into the street, you know, where we'd have to do a little sidewalk bridge or whatever. There's a lot of little design improvements, you know, when we come up with a good conceptual plan, but the biggest of which is in putting a crosswalk across the street, you know, we're going to want to, of course, we're going to need to coordinate options with TxDOT, something that they see viable within their right-of-way, add any improvements they require us to add, whether it be signage or flashing lights or, you know, whatever is going to make that crosswalk safer. And if there's any other locations that they would deem more feasible for this, of course, we want to get that input too. Now, if you want to move forward with this option, we can absolutely do it, and we can move forward, you know, on a time frame that for the most part, other than coordination with TxDOT, we can dictate. Because a lot of it's private improvements. We're the ones that are going to be coming up with schematic options that we're going to want TxDOT's input on, and I assume everything I'm saying is pretty much the way you guys work, because we've done this before. But we would be coordinating with them every step of the way, and you know, we would survey the area for, you know, we could be coming here in 4 to 6 weeks with some viable options saying this is where you could put crosswalks. These are some of the conceptual details as to what we're going to do to get across some of these obstacles. This is a good conceptual cost estimate for these improvements. You know, we could have 1 or 2 options. This has been reviewed by TxDOT. They said this is viable in their eyes. They've had their input, and then we could move forward and make this a project to go to detailed plans, construction plans, and go to bidding. Now that we have a direction on what's feasible in this area, we could move that forward for you fairly quickly. Do you have any questions?
Well, obviously, I guess I kind of feel a little lost because we're thinking about a crosswalk, but I just want to know what initiated the research on possibly getting a traffic light, but it was due to the congestion, right, of the traffic as, you know, the vehicles were coming in and out of Maverick Drive. Am I correct?
It was congestion, and there had been several crashes there. One, you know, that prompted this, and now that the sidewalks have been put on in the city of Pearsall has done, now that we have a lot more walkers, and we have, you know, students. I see it every day. There's a lot of students coming out of there walking, so that's a concern.
And I agree, like, there is a lot of pedestrians now using the sidewalk, which is nice to see. I mean, at least we're, you know, saving the planet, you know, not waiting and idling. But I guess I want to say is, as we discuss the crosswalk, to me, I don't know how the crosswalk is going to help with the congestion of traffic. And I think that's what's, you know, I think that's my question is, what prompted the initial research of should we look into a traffic light? Was it because of our pedestrians, or was it because of the congested traffic? Because a crosswalk, to me, is not going to ease up the congestion during that time.
I agree, and I don't think that the law enforcement there has helped in any of the congestion. They can't help that, you know. I agree, but first, safety for our students, safety for our community.
Let's assess it during bonfires or where there's a lot of traffic, where we do have that traffic, assessing it one day where there's steady, same every day. What happens to that one day where it does get busy? That one day
peak hour traffic is usually what they use, you know, in the morning and the afternoon, you know, during a school day. That's when you're going to get the most traffic in and out of there. You know, vehicles coming in to drop off and pick up, and of course, this is a high school, you know, student vehicles coming in. And, you know, when we looked at the parking lot on this side, you know, we've already identified the fact that that's not a very efficient layout for that, not the way people are using it. I mean, it's not just the traffic at that intersection, it's the on-site traffic, particularly those people coming in from that neighborhood, you know, and I don't know if a lot of those people are actually leaving that way or going out to Oak Street. We had And I'm sorry, I can't tell you how this started. I wasn't here at the time. You know, that was 2 years ago, but I can tell you that that's a fairly new pick-up and drop-off drive, the one going around the front. You know, it seems to work pretty well. What you have out here on the side that people tend to use, there's no clear traffic signal, there's no on-site stacking, which means you have stacking going back up into the neighborhood. I don't know if that's affecting, you know, people having to wait there. I don't know if they're turning around and coming back in on Oak Street, or if they're exiting Oak Street after coming in through the neighborhood. I mean, there's we of course did a conceptual design to increase the stacking within the school property, still providing enough parking so that you get more efficient within the property. But as far as overall, how that would affect the intersection there at Oak Street,
I do know that I do see the law enforcement get off their vehicle and they direct and stop traffic for the congestion matter. It's a lot, you know, and you have a bit of a wait coming out of the high school sometimes, or coming off of Oak Street. But I don't know if that makes any of a difference when y'all do, if y'all happen to do another study or.
Well,
or
2 years ago, those sidewalks weren't there, right?
No.
Those are new.
Yeah.
Right. And that
So
was,
you wouldn't have had, you know, you wouldn't have had pedestrian traffic to factor into this thing like you do now.
right.
And I can tell you, I mean, I've based on my experience with a lot of other schools and a lot of other school districts, once you get that neighborhood sidewalk access, whether it's from the back of the school through an easement into the neighborhood or at the front right-of-ways, I mean, one of the first things they do is, you know, crosswalks, and now they have to have ADA accessibility or viable sidewalk access to the school building itself, you know. So you have, whether this came up, I'm sure it wouldn't have come up 2 years ago because there weren't any sidewalks for them to walk from. But this is another issue to consider now, aside from the traffic issue.
Well,
Traffic ticket.
I'll say this, I mean, you're right, sidewalks weren't there then. And
Yes, sir.
I served on city council, and then I came back to the school board, and that's when I started, you know, I started showing up to the meetings, and I knew, because we applied, the city of Pearsall applied for the grant for TxDOT, and they were awarded that safety grant for sidewalks. So that's when it started a little bit more initiated into making sure that, you know, I mean, what else can you have sidewalks for pedestrians, right?
Yes, sir.
And we're hoping a lot of people utilize it, you know, so that was one of the biggest things that really pushed it a little bit more. So then I started asking questions to TxDOT, and that would be, Ms. Francis was there in the initial as well. So, I mean, but we knew it was coming, you know, those sidewalks. I mean, because we were already approved, you know.
Right, and then
that grant.
they did ask the district 2 years ago to take a survey of account of how many walkers we had coming out of the high school as well, which helped warrant, I don't know, yeah, the numbers of the walkers that we had coming out of the campus.
I'm sure you have walkers coming in from that neighborhood too, you know, along that traffic. Anyway, there's pedestrian traffic routes. You know, the more pedestrians walk to the school, the less vehicles you're going to have picking up and dropping off. That's maybe something else you'd want to consider. I don't have numbers for that, or I can't tell you what they are. But I've seen it play out at other schools. But anyway, there's the traffic signal doesn't seem to be an option at this time, and this is a need that's not going to cost you as much as a traffic signal would. Well, let me qualify that, hopefully. So we need to get into the details of what's needed. But it is a significant amount of construction, as you can see, within the school site. You know, approximately along that route, you know, we need to make allowances for for drainage, for fencing, for gate locations, trees, that type of thing. But it's very viable, you know, and it's, you know, probably necessary at this time, now that those public sidewalks have been put in by TxDOT.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Francis, and everyone with TxDOT.
I do just want to say safety is paramount for TxDOT. That's our #1 priority. You see Jerry sitting here in his orange shirt. It's actually Work Zone Awareness Week. So today was our orange. I
He's being safe. He's being safe. He sees the traffic out here.
But I do see that there are two separate issues. One may be traffic congestion, one pedestrian. Putting a crosswalk in the middle of a block is not always our preference because drivers aren't expecting walkers in the middle of a block.
Right.
They're expecting them more at an intersection. So that may be something to consider when you're looking at crosswalk locations to propose. We're here to help as well. We can help you guys work through those different options that you come up with. We want your kids safe. You know, I've heard this from you guys all before, that one child hurt is too many, and we agree completely. We're here to help. You know, I hope that, you know, that officer out there is the way to go when you have an anomaly event, is to, they can stop traffic on VI to clear out that driveway, you know, faster than a light can. So that's something to, you know, I think that's a great option, like Elvia said as well, is keeping them out there. Getting out of their vehicle is a huge thing. I haven't driven through here during school time, so I don't know what they are. We do use cops at TxDOT to help us control traffic. So they are a huge help when they do what they're supposed to do. And I think they're there to help protect our children as well. So, but we are here to help. We're here to listen. We're here to help solve problems. So hopefully we can figure something out. But we're definitely still in the game.
I like y'all's bus videos, safety, you know. I wish y'all push it a little bit more.
We try. We'll
Yeah.
note that though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Is there anything else, Dr. Spohr, that we needed?
Alrighty.
I just want to, my time is short here on the board, so I just would like to propose to the board that y'all continue to explore the options moving forward. That's all I ask, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we will move on to item 6B, facilities and operations update.
To give us an update on facilities and operations, we have Assistant Superintendent Adam Martinez and our operations coordinator, Mr. Humberto Gonzalez.
Good evening once again. We'll transition now for our Operation Spring 2026 update. We'll begin the presentation and then I will transfer over to Mr. Humberto Gonzalez to complete the rest of the the operations update. But I will begin with transportation. So I wanted to come back with the board and give a little bit of an update with the bus ride program. So earlier this year, the school board was able to approve the purchase of the bus ride program. And we began implementation in January of 2026. With that, we did have a soft launch, and then we were able to expand to a full complete launch. Now, currently, all morning and afternoon bus routes are utilizing the system, and all students have also been issued bus ride cards. This is the way that they are able to badge in and out whenever they are using the school bus. So I wanted to begin by offering some positive feedback. Some of the things that I was able to do in order to acquire this feedback was I was able to talk to our riding specialists, I was able to talk to Mr. Humberto Gonzalez, I was also able to talk to Mr. Daniel Garza, our technology director, and then I was also able to talk with each of our bus riders, and we were able to really hear from them and from their perspective on how they've experienced with the bus ride program. So bus ride personnel have been very responsive and they've been very easy to get a hold of. They're a simple email or phone call away, and we're very appreciative that they've been able to really meet our needs in questions that we have in beginning implementation of the program. They do also offer a monthly co-founder cafe meeting, and this is actually an opportunity for our personnel to meet with them and also all of the other districts around the country, because this is something that is utilized all around the United States. And so it was interesting to be able to participate in that last one. Very good conversations, and it's an opportunity for us to be able to hear from others and for us to voice some of the things we're experiencing as well. And we are, again, going to benefit from bus ride with the accurate attendance tracking on our school buses, accountability for all the students that are on our bus, and when we do have to submit reports, we do have to submit yearly reports to the Texas Education Agency. It is going to help us when we are able to need to submit those reports. And new drivers, we have been very, very fortunate in Pearsall ISD. Here recently, we've been able to bring on board 3 brand new bus drivers to help with our bus riding services. And so new bus drivers have reported that it's been helpful while learning new routes. So these are completely new bus drivers that didn't know really the area, and bus riders actually help with that. Transitioning out to the opportunities, because I do want to be transparent with the board. One of the things that Bus.Right does not do is the act as if you get into your car and you put GPS or CarPlay or Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, whatever it is that you have. It isn't just you plug in an address and it tells you where to go. We have to do those things manually. And one of the things Bus.Right does advocate is that we work very closely with our drivers that know the routes, that are the experts in driving those routes. But it is a manual task, so that is something that, again, has been a little bit of an opportunity, because some of our routes, even to this day, are being adjusted to become more efficient when it comes down to how they're going to be from point A to point B and all of the stops that they're having to do. Drivers do report that the system does freeze at times. Gotta love technology, right? So when it comes down to it, as we were able to also provide bus drivers with an additional training even yesterday, one of the things we did realize is that some of the things, because the bus, we have rural routes and we have things that the bus is going to have to go over rough patches and roads, there are times where the tablet can become a little bit loose or not contact the power supply. So we also did learn that one of the things that may be reported as to why something is either not having power or freezing or things like that could be because just a simple power source. And so it was helpful, again, to have bus ride personnel kind of walk us through and explain some of that. I'm not going to tell you that's the only reason, but it was something that was helpful to understand. Our drivers are now very much more mindful of having to place that tablet in, making sure that the power source is there, and make sure that the power is going to be to the tablet. And one of the things that we're going to be very much working on continuing is to build capacity with our students. The drivers are reporting that we do have our students, even though they have their cards, but some of them are not necessarily always having their cards. And the challenge more is right now, from what they're explaining, is more with the older kids, more of an unwillingness either to remember or just being forgetful. We aren't having as much of a problem with the smaller ones, but it is with the older ones. Some ideas that we had in order to address that is I myself am going to be scheduling and coordinating with campus principals. I would like to have an opportunity to talk with our bus riders and just reinforce the expectation of always having their bus riding card with them, and then the importance of making sure that they are having to do that. Because when they don't have their cards, our drivers are having to manually input that the driver is having that student on the bus. So when it comes down to accuracy, it does help whenever our cards are there for them to just be able to swipe in, and they're able to account for their presence on the actual bus. So, any questions before I transition to Mr. Humberto Gonzalez?
So with the small problem that we're coming across, is it something, maybe a possibility to put like a video together and showcase the program, and maybe the parents can, watch it? If we, put it on social media, and that way they can see the importance of why their child needs to have their card, and, the benefits of the program. Yeah. Not only for the child, but for them.
That's a great idea, ma'am.
So, can we put a video together and showcase what, we put together to make it a safer, easier transportation for the bus riders?
I think where the opportunity, Ms. Rodriguez, is going to be is as we close out here this current school year. We're very, very close to the end of the school year. Providing just a general recap, but then also emphasizing some of the importance. And then you're absolutely right, as we come back after the summer break, being able to continue those efforts and bring more awareness to that. So, yeah, I believe that's reasonable. That's something that we can do.
I'd like to coordinate a bus ride.
Well, interesting that you mentioned that, Ms. Ramirez. So one of the things that we are actually working on currently right now, I've been able to work very closely with our routing specialists and my secretary and I. We are going to be able to afford board members the opportunity, so we had to get some logistical things in place. So we had to get some information on how early we would have to have potential board members to be at the transportation department in the morning, what time would they be able to end that route in the morning, and then also in the afternoon, how early would we need the board members to be there, and then what's the potential time to be able to get back in the afternoon. So be on the lookout, because we are going to be wanting to give board members the opportunity to be able to experience the bus ride program in real time, in real life.
This year.
This year, yes, ma'am.
Next week.
If you're ready, we can
Tomorrow.
we can do it very, very soon. So yes, ma'am. It seems like, Mr. Mayor, you're ready to load up on the bus.
Well, and I do
Yes, ma'am.
know that the bus is around 6:20, 6:30. It's already in Derby. It's
pretty early.
Picking up some of our students there.
So as a part of our learning, I myself, I had Ms. Gloria, the routing specialist, put my own information into the parent app, and I know that it's working because I actually get those notifications, a push notification to my phone, and it tells me your bus is en route, and your bus has now gotten to its destination, it's dropped off, and the route is ended. So it is something that it's very convenient and affords a parent a peace of mind in that regard.
I saw that we have 3 new drivers, and
Yes.
I know we've been short drivers for a while
Yes,
now. And we cut routes a couple years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that going to help bring back those routes, or?
Right now, what we're currently doing, ma'am, is one of the other issues that we're having is because we have been short all year, we oftentimes would have to combine routes, and we would have to double up some routes because we were short drivers. Right now, what we're benefiting from now adding on 3 additional ones is we're not able to get all of our routes back, but now we're at least able to have some options where we're going to be able to bring something back. But when it comes down to it, then we're not also having to have where our routes are doubled up now that we have some additional drivers, because that's what we were having to do, because either they were calling in sick or they had something happen where they weren't able to do their route. Has been our reality. We did have to double up some routes. So now with the extra drivers, we're definitely going to have at least 2 of them kind of help with that, but then we're also looking at expanding to bring back some routes that we know that our community has voiced wanting to be able to come back.
Okay. Well, and don't come at me, this is just an idea that came from a sister ISD, but there's some school districts, or surrounding school districts, that they start school a little bit later. Different campuses start a little bit later than others.
Staggered.
They stagger,
Yeah.
and then they gives the opportunity for bus drivers to get to one route, come back, and then go back for another route for another campus.
Yeah,
You know, and
absolutely.
it helps get
Yeah.
everybody taken care of. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's an idea.
That's definitely some
or-
things that we can explore, ma'am, and looking at that, that's definitely something that we can explore.
We do have some of those options. I can speak up for in-city, but we're going out to Derby and over to Moore. To do double trips is where it gets a little hard. But we're looking at, and Humby's going to talk next about the number of buses in that situation, but that is our goal now, is to add back in at least one more route and to try to not double and triple up, so that the route timing is a little bit better for families, because we're not having to, go pick up twice the kids. We can pick up just that one route, and hopefully the timing will work out a little bit better.
I missed the first part of the presentation about the new bus drivers.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Spore mentioned it to me a few days ago as well. So were these internal employees or new employees?
Additional brand new employees. We were also very, very fortunate. We had a husband and a wife that are new community members, and they were looking for employment. They have previous bus riding experience in the school setting, so we're actually very much blessed to have brought in those individuals on, but brand new employees.
Are they doing other work details?
Duties.
Duties?
Yes, they are. As a matter of fact, today, one of the new bus drivers actually did a route today.
No, do they have any other, like, they
Other
make?
duties
No,
other
no,
than-
they're basically
Just drivers.
Just drivers.
Come in the morning,
Just
leave,
drivers.
come
That
back
is
down.
correct. Yes, sir.
Just drivers.
I've seen that other neighboring school districts, have, utilize some of their internal employees and get them CDL certified, I didn't
Yeah.
know what we're doing.
We can definitely see who would be potentially open to acquiring their CDL. One thing from prior experience myself, obtaining a CDL is very difficult if you're not well prepared.
Right.
And I know from my own experience, as a former coach, I did have to have my CDL, and it was something that I took very lightly until it humbled me very much, and I was able to eventually pass and get my CDL, but it was not an easy thing to do. So,
Right.
but partnering with interested individuals and offering the support and training that they would need in order to pass their CDL successfully, yes, we can definitely explore that.
I would like to say something. A couple of years ago, we did do that. The district actually paid $7,000 and for our own employees to do that. We opened it up to anybody that wanted to do that.
It was a certain department? No?
It was sent out to everybody, the entire district.
And
No,
we
I'm talking
had
about
12 employees?
The ones that signed up.
And not one,
No, just the same.
There were some that were coaches, some that were paraprofessionals. It was like a mix.
It was mixed.
did we have them reimbursed?
That was not a part of the plan then. So now what we've done is we will give them that nice stipend once they get it. So the carrot now is you get it and then you get rewarded with this, rather than we will pay for you to go through it and you have the option of not completing it, and then we're stuck with the enrollment costs. But we're glad to have gotten 3 new employees who are driving for us now, and that's going to give us some options to reduce some of the stacking of routes and then add additional routes, especially in-town routes, to be able to pick up more kids, looking at also increasing some of the area where we pick up because of the hazardous drive, crossing Oak, crossing Colorado, where you've got some of the big commercial 18-wheelers coming through. Even if you're outside of the traditional or inside of the traditional area where we don't normally pick up, we're talking about having a group pickup place where you may have to walk 2 blocks, but we'll pick you up because it's on our way. And for us to pause to pick up, we might not get reimbursed for those children, but it doesn't cost us any extra. So we're looking at how can we be a little more creative to get all the kids who need a ride up to school.
And service more of them.
Absolutely.
Service more.
And
and in turn, hopefully, cut down on some of the congestion.
Right, and we realize when it rains,
Traffic.
like it has this week, that, if kids are walking, that is a concern, to be walking in that kind of rain. So we really are working on trying to get these new drivers in, helping us get more routes going.
Thank you, Board. I will transition to Mr. Humberto Gonzalez to continue on with the presentation.
Dr. Spoor, board members, I'm going to cover some things in the transportation department. So we'll start with the transportation updates. The transportation department currently maintains an inventory of, we have 9 regular buses, 2 special education buses, and we have 1, we call it a small bus. Buses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 have all been equipped with new wheels. As a matter of fact, just so you can know, as of today, every bus on the lot, it has brand new tires. So this was about 2 days ago when we had written this, but every bus on the transportation department has brand new tires. So if you want to get on tomorrow, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep going. And we'll skip that because I'll have new tires. Air conditioning systems on bus 22 and 24 were recently out of service. They are out of service now. Every air conditioner in every bus today, as of today, is working. Okay. At this time, all buses are fully operational with functioning air conditioning systems. Routine maintenance continues across the fleet, including the oil changes, brake replacements, the basic thing that we normally do to the buses. Our white fleet vessels are also maintained regularly with oil changes, daily cleaning, and weekly washes prior to out-of-town trips. Additionally, we had a tractor that had been out of commission that got repaired. We do have that back in the lot, so that's working now. Facility improvements are also underway within the transportation department. We're doing painting, minor remodeling, cleanup, and organization of the mechanic shop, making it look more presentable, making it look good. It's important. Some of the maintenance updates, just briefly. The maintenance department is focused on upgrades and improvements to several facilities, including the football field visitor site press box, the baseball field, and that's where painting, doing some minor remodelings within the press boxes. We haven't hit the home site yet, but we'll get there. The next major project will involve painting and upgrading restrooms on the facilities on both sides, the visitor and home sites, and all the football field stands, which we are already doing at this time. We should be done maybe by the middle part of next week. We'll be all power wash, getting ready for graduation May 22nd. This project is currently in progress with a goal of completion, like I said, prior to graduation. Okay, we want to look good. Maintenance updates. The maintenance team continues to complete work orders daily and strive to find ways to complete projects with the best value for the district in mind, saving money where we can. The department completed replacing dirty, worn-out ceiling tiles. That's a work in progress. We're going through the campuses, walking the campuses. I get to talk to a lot of people on the campuses, and we can learn a lot from them. They help us, and it helps us to kind of, know where we got to really focus on, and that's what we're doing. A lot of the lights have been replaced and upgraded to LED lights, which are a lot brighter. Our HVAC tech is staying busy daily, ensuring that our units across the district are operating efficiently, and as right now, we have nothing that I know that is down, so it's a good thing. The ground crews have been trimming trees throughout the district. The crews also properly addressing non-viable trees. They told me not to use dead trees, so I said non-viable trees. And we'll remove them accordingly across the district, okay? Some trees became non-viable to the latest several years of severe winter weather. Some of them just didn't make it. Maintenance is also correcting busted water lines at the TFE. That's already been done. That's a done deal already. The back of PHS is getting cleaned out, and our goal is to have it ready by the end of the summer break. Swimming pool update, briefly. The City of Pearsall, Frio County, and Pearsall ISD had a meeting in April to discuss the current state of the swimming pool and to determine our next steps. Currently, the pool does require repairs and maintenance in order to have a properly functioning swimming pool. Now, just with that, it's down here. I do have a company coming out of San Antonio tomorrow. They'll be here at 9 o'clock. I'm going to meet them here at Central Office, and they're going to come and give me an assessment on the swimming pool and what we need. Hopefully, we can try to get a total overview. They're experts, so we're bringing them in, and then hopefully in a later date, I can have a better answers for you for the pool, because right now it's, I just inherited it, but I will get answers for you. So I got a company coming tomorrow at 9 o'clock, meeting me here at Central Office. Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to direct this to Dr. Spohr in regards to the swimming pool. Knowing that y'all had a meeting with the city of Pearsall, what's their vision, the city of Pearsall, and within the swimming pool and the county, since we're MOU between the three entities? What came out of that meeting?
So we are actually going to be meeting again on this Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's going to have a representative from the county there. Our commissioner is going to be there because was it a 30-year agreement? It expired. 40. So, yeah, so it expired, and now we're going to look at a new agreement. What we have is a leak somewhere in the pool, and we noticed that last year. It was not just evaporating, it was leaking water. So we're going to have somebody come out and figure out where's the leak. The other big issue is the filtration system is going to have to be repaired, and we're talking it could be 6 figures. So it's going to be how do the three entities want to come together and divide up the costs and the costs moving forward, because it's going to take us having some more highly qualified folks coming in at least once a year to do maintenance on the pool, because I think what we've got now is number one, age of those filtration systems, so that's why there's going to have to be a lot of replacement. But again, once you know something's going wrong, you got to fix it right away, or you're going to pay double in a few years. So I know everybody wants to have a pool for the community, so we're just going to see what it's going to take to do it. I mean, we're all committed to try to make that happen. I can't speak for them as far as how much money they will put into it, but once we do have an amount, then we'll come back and talk to the board about, perhaps we have to pay for it more right now, and then the agreement is they're going to catch up and we pay a little later, the next year. We're just going to have to see what would work, and then that, of course, will go to attorneys as well to make sure that it's all then legal and final. But at this point, the city does not have plans to put in a pool anywhere else. It didn't make the final cut for some of the rec areas, and we recognize the importance that a pool plays in the community. We all enjoy it. We want to see it still there, so we're just going to see what it's going to take to make it happen.
Right. Yeah. The county was the one that received the grant, and it's been 40 years, as I believe last May.
Yes, sir.
But this May is when the continued 5-year MOU, it's expiring. So I was just curious where the city stood, because I know that it didn't pass their comprehensive plan. They didn't get the kind of money that they wanted. So,
right.
And of course, community reaches out. The league wanted to use
Sure.
school district,
Sure.
So, and I understand about the league as well. The league,
right.
It's been like that for 2 years. You get gallons of water you know,
it was feet that it would go down from one day to the next, and that we know is not natural. And so that also impacted the filters and trying to keep, you know, you imagine we would get all the testing done and you have to keep certain levels of chemical in there, and when it leaks out, that changed the chemical levels, so it was hard to keep it safe. So again, that's why we've got somebody who can make a decision for the city, a decision for the county, and a decision for the district.
Right.
And we will come together and see what kind of a agreement we could come up with, and then we will bring it back to the board, because my take is that we will be bearing more of the financial cost, at least up front. It may be something that we could work out in the long term, that if we put up front to get it working, that they would then pick up a different level of support versus us as we move forward. But again, I can't speak for the city and county. I just know that we have that coming up this Friday. We all agree it's time. We need to get this settled quickly.
The last time I spoke to the city manager and the water director for the city, there's no meter out there to actually meter the thousands of gallons that go through that, pool. So being that Leslie Pool's coming,
Correct.
Yes, sir. So I guess since there's no meter, if there's a way they can actually meter, mark levels of
Yes, sir.
the
That's something
gallons and stuff
I
like
will
that.
address tomorrow. Like I mentioned to them, I actually have one of the general managers from Leslie coming in. They have a technician that knows the pools. I said I need an expert here. So I don't know anything about pools, so I need an expert. So they're going to be sending me somebody down here that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
So kind of.
Yeah, because the biggest concern is like we've said, and I believe you and I had a conversation
Yes, sir.
a while back as well. Like the biggest concern is where's the water going to?
Yes, sir.
The soft of the ground and the bottom, it's wet.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Something's got. Hopefully, nothing gives.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
Okay, board, thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mr.
Spore, thank you. And I'm gonna step out to go to church. So
Yes.
have a blessed evening.
Pray for us.
You're going to do an SB 546
Yeah.
really quick.
Oh, I am. Oh, I am. Am I doing that? Okay. Okay.
All right, then we'll be moving on to item 6C, SB 546, presentation.
Okay, board, we come to you here this evening on Senate Bill 546. This does amend the Transportation Code 547.701 to strengthen the requirements for seat belts in school buses used to transport children. Under the law, school buses, including buses operated by or contracted for the use by the district, must be equipped with 3-point seat belts for every passenger, including the driver. So we wanted to give you some information. Mr. Humby and I were able to work collaboratively on this effort. So we currently have 12 school buses in use for bus routes. We currently have 3 school buses that are not equipped with seat belts. We currently have 1 school bus that is equipped with 2-point seat belt, and we currently have 8 school buses that are equipped with 3-point seat belts. So we are in the process right now, and we have currently gotten quotes for the installation of 3-point seat belts, the retrofitting for seat belts, and they are as follows up here. Longhorn at $37,482.44 per bus, and I do list those as preliminary costs because, as you guys all know, today's price is not tomorrow's, and it's not next week's, and it's not next year's. So right now cost, that's what it is. So Andy's is coming in at $48,000 per bus. Holt is coming in at $70,000 per bus. I wanted to also include that we did have Buck's Wheeling Equipment at just under $40,000, so $39,806 per bus. Another thing that we were able to discover is that one of the buses that we do have, a 2009 bus, is a Thomas bus, and we are finding that that may be only with work done on by the Thomas because some of the other ones will not touch it. So because of the age and because of the manufacturer, that is something that has been a little bit of an issue. So there is a potential for grant funding, but TEA is going to release information at a later time for that. So that is going to be something. But we did also want to bring back to the board, we did have in this year's current budget $160,000 to be able to purchase a school bus. So that is something that we currently are still able to do in this current school year because it was budgeted for the 25-26 school year.
I think we need to get that bus ordered.
I agree, sir. Yes, sir.
You were getting a bus every year, so there shouldn't be a reason why we're holding on that, especially if it's budgeted. Number one. Number two, the question I have is, are these buses grandfathered? They had to have been grandfathered where seatbelts were not required. What is that is?
If I can answer that, Mr. Reyes. So right now, what we're required to do is report this. This is essentially an unfunded mandate. TEA said you got to do this, but they're not going to tell us how much money they'll give us until they get all the information from everyone. What we found is the cost of doing any of this work on those older buses does not make sense. It would make more sense to purchase a new bus. So at this point, we're talking about the 3 oldest buses that we have. We can automatically retire one of them and purchase a brand new bus. We've got the money in the budget to do that this year. Then we would have 2 buses left, and we're reporting those out in open session. We will report that to TEA, and then hopefully we will get some money to help pay for replacing. Otherwise, we will continue to put that in the budget to buy those 2 new ones. So all we had to do right now is bring this to you, and that's why it's in presentation, with the knowledge that we are going to purchase 1 more bus, and if we would like to put that in next year's budget to go ahead and purchase 2 new buses, and then should TEA come out with a potential grant to say you're going to get reimbursed money because you purchased a bus, we can look at that. But at this point, we're still on track to keep purchasing buses to take care of this issue.
And I may have failed to note that
Yes, sir.
this is also something that TEA does have some grace to in terms of the amount of years. We do have until year 2029 in order to get all of these things in place.
I was just going to ask about a time frame.
So we are on track to meet this by 2029.
Any other questions from any of the board members?
No? Anybody have any questions? No, sir?
One quick thing before you leave, going back to the swimming pool. I think I need to check the historical. I think about 3 or 4 years ago, we spent about $400,000 on that pool to replace the pumps and those screen systems. So I would have your accounting department check when that was done and who did it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will definitely check that.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 6D, board member training hours. So, under the State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education for each year of service is basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election and appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for each board member: continuing education, local district orientation, orientation to the Texas Education Code, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code, team building, additional continuing education, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, and school safety. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as the required training. For members who still have time remaining to complete the required training, I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not yet scheduled training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board members training in excess of the continuing education requirements. So I'll go to each member. Board member Dora Mata Rodriguez has exceeded the required amount of continuing education training, having 19.5 hours. Board member Adrian Ramirez has exceeded the required amount of continuing education training and has 11 hours. Board member Diana Hughes has exceeded the required amount of continuing education training, has 15 hours. Board member Lionel Gondara has exceeded the amount of continuing education hours, having 12 hours. Board member Marco Reyes has exceeded the required amount of continuing education training, having 13.5 hours. Board member Maricela Benavides exceeding the required amount of continuing education training, having 10 hours. And board member Matthew Aguilar exceeds the required amount of continuing education training, 78.75 hours. And that's it. Any questions? Cool. Thank you. Then we'll be moving on to item 6E, leadership TASB presentation by myself, and why I have a lot of hours. Okay, so I'm going to give an update on the leadership TASB trip that I just took last week. I went to Texarkana, and that's a part of our visiting schools that we're going to. Just a reminder in case anybody wasn't at that presentation, leadership TASB is a selective group of people who apply. There's roughly 7,000 school board members in the state of Texas. A couple hundred of those board members apply for leadership TASB, and it's a statewide leadership development program offered by TASB. And only 32 school board members are able to be selected for this program. And I was chosen on the 2026 leadership TASB class. So these are 31 other trustees from the rest of Texas that are my classmates. And this year we went to Houston, Harlingen, Amarillo, and then this is the one I'm talking about, which is Texarkana. And since we completed that, the next stop is Fort Worth, and that's when we'll graduate, and then I will become a master trustee after that point. So on this trip, I went to Texarkana, which is at the very top right of Texas. I actually landed in Arkansas first and then went back to Texas, so it's that top of Texas. This video will just play in the background, so in Texarkana, I learned a lot of things. Texarkana, the school districts that we went to were roughly around 3,000 students. So Pearsall School District is roughly almost 2,000 students, right? 1,900. So whenever you see all these things that I'm going to show in the pictures, kind of think of Pearsall ISD could have these things. All it takes is the people that are supporting it, the funds, and the community backing behind all these items. So this is a video. I'm going to cut it short just because the video is 5 minutes, and I'll show a lot of pictures of what I saw on the trip. So we stopped at, the very first stop is we had two schools. One's Pleasant Grove, and then the other was Texarkana ISD. So this building right here is innovative in my opinion. It was bond passed, and at the bottom and the top floors are athletic facilities. So the bottom has athletic trainer facilities, weight room, and all those items. And then the second floor is a large meeting room for the whole district. So that's under the academic piece of the bond, and then the top floor, they have other athletic items. This is at the second floor in the meeting room, this is where they watch film, and then they also go over videos and instruction for the school. So that's the seating, and then this is the big screen that they had to present all these items. And that was a really cool idea that we saw there. And this is the bottom floor where their athletic facility is. This is one of their, I forgot what they called it, but it's part of the athletic trainers' items to, yeah, it's a whirlpool, but they had a fancy name for it that I don't remember off the top of my head. But they also had some of these, and the one thing that was cool is that when we were going to the school, none of the adults were showing or telling us anything. It was all the students, so everything was student-led. And they were all ranging from junior high to high school at this particular school. So they have an athletic trainer program where they work hand in hand with the athletic trainer. This is another room that they had for the students, kind of an SEL piece where they're able to go here. Those are recovery chairs. Actually, they massage you, and the students play games while they're getting recovery. This is their locker room area for their students. And then here's the band trailer. And they were listing all their accolades, and they have a really good band program there. This is their cafeteria, and they modeled it after like a collegiate cafeteria. So they wanted their students to feel like they're in college while they're at high school. They also had a lot of multimedia programs. They had a full production. It was 2 rooms. One was the mixing room, and then the other side was where the students were announcing. They were all professional, and actually that student up there was a freshman, so it was really impressive to see. They also have a state-of-the-art robotics program, and they not only won just state and nationals, they also went to worlds, which is awesome. So they're doing really good things with the robotics programs. That's a robot that students made. This was actually in junior high, so those were made by junior high students in this one. We also got to visit some instructional time. This is a PLC, and I could just imagine how these teachers felt when 32 of us walked into a room. But we learned a lot in there, and I'll be sharing some of their posters that they had in those rooms as well. And like I said, this was student-led. A majority of this trip was student-led. And when we visited their early education center, this was led by a 5-year-old student. And if you could see, she has a little headset and she has a little speaker. So I have a 6-year-old son, and that's really impressive. This bell was a little idea that they had. So anytime they have an academic achievement, they ring the bell, and they have students around there, so they get really excited for that. A part of the early learning center, all their rooms were built over a theme. So the students spend 2 weeks in these themed classrooms and with a teacher, and then they rotate to all the other classrooms. So this one's excavator construction. This one was like a rainforest type setup. And there was more. There was a space theme, and then there was a dinosaur theme, and a submarine water aquatic theme. So these are all 3-4-year-old students in these centers, and everyone was fully engaged doing different activities. These are just some that I saw on the wall that was really cool. Instead of all like some negative, it's positive. So positive office referrals, they put them on the wall, and those are the students that were there. These 2 students were awesome. They're 9 and 10 years old, and they presented in suits, and what they have in front of them is, these are junior high kids, I think, and they were 3D printing prosthetic limbs for third world countries. So they actually had the names of the people in the videos saw how their 3D printed limbs were in use in real world. So they were very professional, and they're gonna be something one day for sure. This is also the middle school robotics program. They have a boys and girls team, and they went to Worlds, and they gave us a demonstration of what they do, and it was really impressive. When we were at the high school, this is kind of their agriculture. Actually, it's horticulture, I think? Yes. So this was a big greenhouse, and this is one step, and then they had another side, and they had a lot of items in here. And on one side, I don't think I have it as a picture in here, but they were growing their own plants for graduation and events. So that was awesome. This was a really nice machine to see. It's really expensive, and it's a CNC machine, and it's a really, like, they use it in the industry. So this is, they have students on here, and there's only 2 students at the moment that they know how to use it, but the companies in that area have reached out to them and said, you have a job after college, after high school, and they would make over $100,000 already guaranteed. So those are what they're working here with. They got this on a bond, and those students I don't have it in here, but they made a lot of things that actually I do have one item in here that will show it. And let me see, it's around here. So this is their welding center, and they had these bays, and then the other wall had the same amount of bays. So they have a really strong welding program here. And within those welding programs, they had a construction manufacturing class, and this is a 11th grade student, and someone donated them a trailer, and they built a tiny house on top of it, and they're selling it, and the proceeds from that will go back into the program so they can continue building and making and learning. So that house is for $25,000 in case anybody's wanting to know. Part of the welding, well, not just with tiny houses, but now the high school students were also building airplanes from scratch. So at the end of this program, we asked, well, are y'all gonna fly it? And they said every student who helped build it is required to be offered the opportunity to fly in the airplane. So they will finish this in a school year, and they will fly it, which they've flown 2 before. So, and then after they're done building them, these go to get donated, or I don't know if it's contract, but they go to the Texarkana A&M college that's over there. So that was awesome to see. This is a high school robot. This picture doesn't do it justice how fast and how powerful it is. From the middle school robot to the high school robot, there was a significant increase in speed and power. And then, like everything here, it was student-led, and we concluded the time with a panel led by students and their student council. And these students just did everything. So they were ambassadors of the school. And then to wrap up the whole trip, we got to have a visit it was supposed to be a 30-minute presentation, but he actually ended up staying for 2 hours because the conversation was so good. And we got to conversate with the Texas House of Representative Gary Van Dever, and he represents District 1. And he is a friend of public education, and we got to all speak with him, and he presented for 30 minutes, and then the rest of the time was all questions from school board members from across the state. So it was very gracious of his time. And then to wrap it all up, this program was really beneficial for me. I learned a lot, and I can't wait to kind of talk to Dr. Spohr and the rest of y'all to kind of throw some ideas that we could do that we saw throughout this time. And I really recommend any of the remaining board, if they want to apply to be on Leadership TASB for the 2027 year, the only eligibility requirements is you have to have 18 months of service, have all your continuing education hours, which everyone here exceeds, and just demonstrate leadership ability in the board and in the community. And it's an application. It takes a little bit to do the application, but if you're selected amongst the 32, then you can go to these 4 or 5 districts here, go through all the learning opportunities, and become a master trustee at the end of this. And the applications are open now as of May 1st. So I'll send that out in email as well, so everybody can have an opportunity to do that if they choose to. Good job. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 6F, monthly financial report. Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you. This is the March 2026 financials. This combined funds board report will include the general operating funds 180 for athletics, 181 for swimming pool, 182 for band, and 199 for the general fund, as well as special revenue fund 240 for the food service department, and interest and sinking fund 511 for debt service. Beginning with the general operating funds, this is a comparison of revenue to budget. In March, $1.5 million was received from local and intermediate resources, $71.5 thousand from state programs, and $14,000 from federal programs, for a monthly total of $1.6 million. To date, $21 million of revenue was received, which was 76.8% of the estimated revenue budget. In March, an additional $727 was received for indirect cost and revenue. This is a comparison of expenditures encumbrances to budget for all the functions in the general operating funds, beginning with function 11 for instruction, 12 for library, and 13 for instructional staff development and curriculum development. Function 11 had $214.8 thousand encumbered, $698.8 thousand expended, and $8.4 million expended to date.
Moving on, we have Function 21 for Instructional Administration and Function 23 for School Administration. Function 21 had $80.9 thousand encumbered, $13.4 thousand expended, and $175.8 thousand expended to date, which was 62.2% of the budget. Function 23 had $136.4 thousand encumbered, $90.5 thousand expended, and $1.1 million expended to date. Functions 31 through 33 are for counseling, attendance and social work, and health services. In March, Function 32 had an encumbrance of $27.7 thousand and an expenditure of $8.9 thousand, while Function 31 had an expenditure of $35.2 thousand and a to-date expenditure of $348.3 thousand, which was 68.4% of the function's total budget. Functions 34 through 36 are for student transportation, food services, and co-curricular activities. Function 36 had $206.1 thousand encumbered, $58.8 thousand expended, $712.2 thousand expended to date. Moving on, we have Functions 41 for general administration, 51 for facilities, maintenance, and operations, and 52 for security. Function 51 had an encumbrance of $620.1 thousand, an expenditure of $314.5 thousand, and a to-date expenditure of $2.3 million. Continuing on, we have Function 53 for technology services and 61 for community service. Function 53 had $72.1 thousand encumbered for March and $34.3 thousand expended, with an expenditure to date of $525.5 thousand. Function 61 had $5.1 thousand encumbered and $251 expended, with the $4.9 thousand expenditure to date. Here are Functions 71, 81, 93, and 95 and 99. Those are for debt services, facilities acquisition and construction, shared service arrangements, JJAEP, and the appraisal district. While all of these had monthly encumbrances, Function 93 had the highest with $637.1 thousand, and Function 99 was the only one of these functions that had a monthly expenditure, which was $68.2 thousand. The general operating funds had a total monthly encumbrance of $2.8 million, $1.6 million expended, and a to-date expenditure of $16.9 million, or 56.2% of the total budget. We had no additional expenses for the operating funds. Moving on to Fund 240. Again, this is a comparison of revenue to budget for the food service fund. In March, $12.8 thousand was received from local and intermediate sources. $6.2 thousand was received from state programs, and $376.7 thousand was from federal programs. To date, $1.3 million has been received, which is 54.1% of the estimated revenue budgeted. The Food Service Fund uses Functions 35 for food services and 51 for facilities, maintenance, and operations. In March, $722,000 was encumbered, $191.5 thousand was expended, with an expenditure to date of $1.3 million. Since Function 51 has not been used, those are the total encumbrances and expenditures for the entire fund. Next, we have Fund 511 for debt service.
This is a comparison of revenue to budget for 511. In March, from local and intermediate resources, $262.4 thousand was received, which brought the total revenue received for Fund 240 to, for Fund 511 to $2.5 million, which was 79.6% of the estimated revenue budgeted. Fund 511 only uses Function 71 for debt services. In March, $2 million was encumbered, $165,000 was expended, with an expenditure to date of $211.1 thousand, or 9.4% of the total budgeted. Next are the investment reports, beginning with the schedule of general fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month were $30,500,000. Interest accrued at the end of the month was $182,930.55, with the total value at the end of the month of $30,682,930.55. Next is the schedule of interest and sinking fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month was $1,327,731. Interest accrued at the end of the month was $4,149.80, and the total value at the end of the month was $1,331,880.80. Last is the general fund investment in the Lone Star investment pool. Interest earned in March was $3,768.07, with the total interest earned of $27,202.08, and a total investment plus year-to-date interest earned of $1,170,821.56. This is a list of donations received. The first was from Texas Farm Bureau for $250 to Pearsall Intermediate for the Learning from the Ground Up Gardening Grant. In addition, the local Frio County branch of the Texas Farm Bureau also donated $100 more to Pearsall Intermediate. And the third donation was from the Frio Nueces Current, $1,500 to Pearsall High School football team. And this concludes the presentation.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Lisa? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll be moving on to item 6G, Superintendent Report by Dr. Jody Sport.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board, community, staff present. Lucido, if you can click for me. Have a few things to share. I'll go pretty quickly tonight. We had a lot of great presentations from our campus and staff. So you can see here's our enrollment. We are now at 1,875 students. You can see for each campus what their current enrollment is compared to where we were the first day of school. Snapshot, and again, that's that last Friday in October, and that is what the state uses for all of our official numbers. Then we have where we were in February and March, and then the last one is where we were last year at the end of year, so where we finished our 2026 at. If you look at our 2025, if you look at our attendance, you can see our attendance the first 6 weeks for the district was at 93.91. We had a real dip at that 4-6 weeks with 89.99, and that again is cold and flu season. You know, we traditionally have a low time there. We were able to bring it back up this time to 90.98. Again, we are shooting for a little bit higher than that. Our goal was to increase at least 1, preferably 2 percentage points off of that 90 from last year, and we look like we're going to be able to hit that. You can see again how each campus has done for the 6 weeks, and want to thank all of the principals and their staff for really working hard to get everybody back up and going. Everybody showed an increase from last 6 weeks. So thank you for that. We have some highlights to share. Our spotlight is on our band and cheer. They performed at the San Antonio Spurs game. It was Native American Heritage Night, and so they came out and performed before the game. That was very exciting to watch. We We also had our Lady Mavs held a free softball clinic for the community, and that was great to see our girls out with young girls, and then they got to come out to a game and be introduced with their players at that game that next week. And then we have regional track qualifiers, and those guys are going to be getting ready to go to Kingsville coming up next week. And so I know we will celebrate them after they finish their state run, but we have some fast kids who broke records and even broke a record at this meet and didn't qualify. That's how fast everybody was. But it was really great to see everybody go out and do their very best. So congratulations to those regional qualifiers. Excellent. Excellent. So we'll let everybody know what day they are going to show up on TV for their community involvement. We had a lot of other great things happening this month. We had our autism walk. We've had the NJHS induction ceremony, and I believe Tiffany's gone, but that was like a record number of kids who were inducted into the Junior Honor Society. Our shack had another meeting on the 26th. We've had field day for TFE. We're going to get ready to have a field day for the intermediate school after they finish their big tests. I was able to visit with our child nutrition director with all the campuses and talk to the kiddos about the food that they are served and get some of their feedback. We've had lots of job fairs. We're able to, actually I think we even offered a contract to a couple of people already from some of those job fairs. So that was very exciting to see. As everybody knows, we are in the middle of testing, and we've taken English and reading tests, and we had tests today and earlier this week on Tuesday. We will again have our last test will be math for us next week. So I know board member Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez tested today for algebra in Catula, and we wish all students across the state of Texas the best of luck. It's a pretty high stakes test. We know they've been preparing all year for it, and we just look forward to them showing off how much they've learned. We also had a really neat meeting with the city and AEP, which is one of our local energy companies. They came out and did a drone demonstration to the high school. We're working with the city and with some of these business partners on some future internships for some of our students perhaps, but as Pearsall is the lineman capital of Texas, we really want to do our part as the schools to help ensure that we're preparing kids for those high demand, high quality careers. We also had a board finance workshop, and the other big thing is we have gone live today, our surplus auction, and you can see there is Pearsall among other school districts across the state. So if anybody is interested, we have 13 school buses, I believe, several vehicles, lots of stuff on that surplus auction there if you're interested. Looking ahead, we have the last day of school is on the 21st, so less than a month to go. Right before that last day, we'll have our kinder graduation over at the PAC Center, and we will have our Pearsall High School Class 6 graduation on the 22nd that evening. So hard to believe that we are already at the end of this school year. Here we have a whole lot of things going on, so if folks will check their messages from their campus, and we will be posting some of these big dates in the newspaper as well, but we have a lot of activities going on as we wrap up a very successful school year. Any questions?
I'm curious to know how you're meeting with your student leaders and your with the food nutrition director went. I'm curious to see what the students.
Well, you know, we do have some concerns about the quality of food. I've heard from all the kids, they spoke up that they're just not really terribly wild about the food. When we look at our participation rates, because we do have free meals for all students, We serve breakfast in the classrooms to try to make sure everybody gets a meal, but we found that the students aren't always eating what's prepared, right? So we have some options that I would like to bring up with the board that would include looking at going even self-operating. I know that is something I've spoken to some neighboring districts. Cotulla is self-operated, Lytle is self-operated. Currently we do have a food management company that comes in, and they are the ones who employ our cafeteria workers. And if we were to go self-operated, it would mean we would cook. We would actually go in and cook food, and we would be purchasing the raw materials for the folks to cook. So those are some things that we have an opportunity. Our contracts are up in June. And I've done some background work on that, and we'll be bringing you folks a report on that. But that's something that personally I would like to pursue. Had a good visit today with Dr. Nava at Cotulla. We were talking about some ways that we could even, come together for purchasing power on, for example, fresh milk. But it would require a different skill set than what we currently have as far as, actually going in and preparing from scratch. But from the visits that I've had with our employees, they I think would enjoy getting back to that. I know I'm probably older than most of the folks in this room, but I do remember that was a big part of it. That the ladies actually they spent some time cooking, and it became something that everybody enjoyed. It would also give us an opportunity to really define our menus a little more personally. They were telling me in several of these other districts, they have enchiladas once a month. They're a little more expensive, but you plan for it, but it's something everybody wants. One of the other things that we notice is that we don't have a lot of adults using our cafeterias. They're not purchasing food. That's another indicator of the quality of food is adults who can leave if they will stay and eat. So just because the kids don't have to pay doesn't mean that it should be less than. I want it to be something that they would pay for, that they would choose. So we will be looking at some other options that we have for food service.
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
think if you could make it financially viable, it would be okay. But the reason that we went to this contract was we didn't have the people, the certified people, and the correct people in place. And we were about $1 million to $1.5 million in the red every year. So until we can see us being financially viable, then we could probably have that discussion.
Absolutely, it would have to pay for itself. It's the one area that can pay for itself, and would have to pay for itself. Absolutely.
Have you considered maybe going back to having breakfast in the cafeteria?
Yes, we have. And I've talked to a couple of, like at the junior high and the high school, and then other options for the times that we could do, for example, with TFE, that you can do it in between a first period and a second period type time to have the kids go through. Some other districts have reported that was a good time for the kiddos. It helped them make that stretch between breakfast and lunch work a little bit better, but all of those are within our control. The time, the how, even if we make no other changes, those are things that we can control. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just want to say, I think it's just like our bus program. I mean, if we were to see if it's financially viable and we promote it, and, we cook good meals and we get everybody involved, including our adults, I think, again, it'll sell itself. But we just have to, provide better quality food. And I know growing up in Pearsall, and eating good enchiladas and all of that great stuff. I mean, I'm sure our kids do not know what they're missing. But again, I know it goes back to finances. We got to sell it.
Absolutely.
I don't have any questions on the presentation. It's good. I do have a comment, actually a shout out to some of the personnel at junior high on the autism walk. Miss Tori Frosto, she took over that walk, and it takes a lot of work, a lot of courage, a lot of discipline on her behalf, and whoever else helped her out. you know, there was a pretty good, you know, attendance on that event, so just kudos. I'm sorry? Okay, yeah, I'm not too sure who else participated, but, okay, kudos to them too, so great job.
Awesome. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? If not, then we'll move on to the consent agenda, item 7A. Well, the consent agenda, item 7, sorry. Okay, so does anyone have any questions on the consent agenda or need anything pulled out for discussion?
The only thing I see is on the March 19, and I guess I might be just being picky, but minutes.
Okay.
On board members present, it does not list Mr. Reyes and Ms. Mata Rodriguez on there. I mean, even though they, you know, motioned and voted, and they're noted on there, but they're not noted on the board members present. So that's the only notation I have. So,
okay.
But other than that,
We can correct that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marco and Miss Dora.
Oh, okay.
The next meeting minutes are good. So
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for noticing that.
yes, ma'am. I saw how tired you look today.
Okay. Any other corrections to the minutes or any other further discussion on this? And if not, can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda with the notations.
All right, have a motion made by Lionel Gondeta. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second by Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor?
I concur.
Perfect. Motion passes unanimously.
I wasn't present, so I didn't vote.
Oh, sorry.
She
For
abstained.
anything, so I abstained.
Abstain? Okay, sorry. I did not look that way. Adrian Ramirez did abstain from the vote. She wasn't present. Okay, perfect. Then we'll move on to item 8A, Pearsall ISD and Texas A&M San Antonio MOU for PGDA partnership.
Okay, members of the board, we do come here this evening for an action item. The partnership in play here is the MOU establishing a collaborative partnership between Pearsall ISD and Texas A&M University San Antonio to implement the partnership towards graduate degree and postgraduate certification attainment, the PGDA initiative. This agreement does provide opportunities for district employees to pursue advanced degrees and certifications through a combination of university support, including tuition assistance and district support such as substitute coverage and program coordination. So additionally, the partnership outlines shared responsibilities for program implementation, recruitment, and data sharing to evaluate program effectiveness. This MOU does reflect our commitment to growing and developing the workforce through strategic higher education partnerships. And in this MOU, the district would provide substitute coverage for up to 10 current employees selected for participation, and the substitute coverage would be awarded for 2 days each semester in which the student completes graduate coursework at the university and for up to 4 semesters. If you have any questions, I would love to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this MOU.
Who's going to be tracking this? HR or you?
I would be the point of contact with the actual college, but in terms of the roster of our current employees that are participating, things like that, I will get some information in terms of the prior participants. I know I didn't start the last school year here, but I actually was able to join the district in the summer, and I actually am a student in this program. So I can tell you from my perspective, it has been something that I can personally say has been a huge benefit and a great partnership. But I will be the point of contact going forward.
Is this something that ran simultaneously to the other program?
We've been doing this for 6 years. We've
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to. So we currently have it,
Yes.
and every year it's successful with the 10.
Now, we don't currently have 10 employees participating, but we do have in this MOU for up to 10 to be able to participate and for the district to be able to provide coverage 2 days each semester for up to 4 semesters.
Okay, and out of those, we've had successful completions?
Yes, we have, they've done their counselors, they've gone back for their masters, and some have been for, just the regular certification bachelor's. But it's to, extend extra, certifications.
Nice. Is there anything binding them to us, or?
The way the
They
program
get
really
in.
works is that the university covers the cost for their first class, and then we in turn offer the substitute coverage. But really, it is an opportunity for us to be able to have our current employees continue their education, even in some of our high needs areas that we continue to struggle to fill. I mean, like I said, it is going to be something that would be a huge benefit to the district if our employees would take advantage of it and to be able to finish and to be able to obtain certification.
For some reason, I thought it was another entity. I can't remember the school.
Grand Canyon,
Soros.
Something like that.
maybe Grand Canyon.
Something,
I know we had,
it's another school.
I believe
Yeah.
it was a partnership with Grand Canyon University a while back.
We had one at one time with Concordia.
That's it.
Concordia.
I couldn't remember the name. Thank you.
Purple and yellow, the colors.
Yeah, it's- Sorry for this. I did not know about the Texas A&M one.
So are we using this, like when we're out recruiting, is this something that we kind of also put out there as an incentive? If, new teachers want to come to the district, let them know that this is an option as well?
Yeah, it's definitely a part of our
When we
recruitment.
go to job fairs, what we're seeing is the students that are about to graduate. A lot of what we're seeing currently is, I don't know what the parameters are now with the universities, but a lot of them aren't fully certified at graduation, and so they wouldn't qualify for this unless they're already at that point. So a lot of them have like one content area passed, but they haven't passed, like they haven't taken their PCR or like SPR, et cetera. So they're not fully certified. Out of like 20, there might be 5 that are fully certified.
Speaking on just that a little bit too, as Dr. Spohr mentioned, we did have the opportunity to attend several job fairs. Through my experience, the amount of candidates at job fairs is not the same as it once was, and there is not as much, many people going into the education profession as there once was. So in essence, districts are trying to acquire fully certified teachers, but the talent pool is just, it's not the same as it once was. We used to have where there were job fairs and we'd have packed rooms and lines for schools to be able to talk to candidates, and it's just very different. I had the opportunity to go to Texas A&M in Kingsville and Corpus Christi, and Kingsville, I'm going to be quite honest, there was more recruiters than there were candidates, and it was very disheartening. Texas A&M Corpus Christi was a little bit better. We had more success, and as Dr. Spohr mentioned, we were actually able to have one of their students actually sign on with Pearsall ISD. So it's just it's a little bit more of a challenge, our current time period, to be able to get fully certified teachers on board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so this,
the reason that we have to take care of what we have.
right, and this is a part of taking care of who we have. If you'd like to go for a graduate degree, we want to support you, and we'll give you some time off, and the university will help pay your tuition at the start, just to get people started. So that's where this comes in.
We invest in you, and we like them to invest in our district, because we do get the best.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Does anyone else have any other questions on this? And if not, can I get a motion on this item?
Where is it?
Have a motion made by Marco Reyes. Do I have a second? Have a second by Adrian Ramirez. All in favor? Can't see. Yeah, yes. Marco?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. You still,
And,
still got to vote.
Board, just to make a note, now that it has been approved, we do have a session here coming up in the first week of May that I will be putting out on social media, advertising, even for our own in-house employees to be able to attend to get more information on this actual program. So we're going to be pushing that out now that it has been approved.
You said open to the public?
Misspoke. So it'll go to our internal employees.
Okay.
Yep.
I was already.
Yeah, no. To our
Sure.
internal employees. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, the motion passed unanimously, and we'll be moving on to the next item.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, sir. Item 8B, consider and possible action on the approval of educational consulting services request for proposals.
Thank you. The Purchasing Department extended the request for proposals for educational consultant services. These were non-competitive and, if approved, would allow the district to purchase from the provided list of additional vendors. The district would have more options and flexibility while maintaining compliance with legal requirements. The administration recommends that the board approve the list of vendors for educational consultant services request for proposals 26-001 as presented with the option to renew up to 3 years.
Is this speaking in terms of the new consultants we've been hired, that have been hired, or?
And the list is in your board book. This also includes local heating and cooling, truck and trailer repairs, towing, also basically anybody that we would want to hire. This gives us the opportunity, not saying that we will.
Some of the consultants that are currently being used are included. But just to clarify, just because we approve the list doesn't mean they have to be used.
Right.
It states here educational consulting services, but yet we have pest control on here. How does that?
That's
all
just
work?
the way it's worded, and we were guided by Ms. Tish Grill, to word it like that, but it was comprehensive. It included any kind of contracted services. And it is also to be able to get vendors that were local, that didn't belong on any co-ops, or any other vendors that we weren't even aware of because they haven't been used before. That's just to bring them in and give us the option, more options, more vendors to use in the future.
I guess I, as well as myself, you know, I'm educational consulting services, you got that control plan. And then you have over here, catalog bid, we have a local HVAC company. So why is that one on that list?
Because they do both. They provide services as far as repairs, installations, but they also can be used to purchase supplies and equipment. So it's two different things. The educational consultant services are for services, contracted services provided by any of these vendors. Catalog bids, which is next, are for products, supplies, equipment, such as furniture, classroom supplies, office supplies, anything that could be used for the school.
How do we go about if there's some concerns that amongst those vendors, and I'd like to visit with the board about them before, I don't want to make the approval and then later say, no, you've already, I don't, without discussion.
You can make that discussion now if you would like, or you could propose in a motion to approve the list of vendors and redact the one that you don't want in there for future discussion. But anybody else is open to make a motion however they see fit as well. But this would be the time to discuss any questions or concerns about any of these vendors.
Well, I think I'd like justification on how pest control and wheel alignment fall under educational consulting services. I want a justification of that to make sure that we are, I know Tish is an expert at that, but I wasn't here for the budget meeting and I don't know if she presented anything towards it, but
not to the wording specifically of that RFP, but it's just anything that we can use for services in the educational setting, which includes our facilities, our maintenance, and any other things that relate to the daily operations
This
of
is
the school district.
like at simplest form to add these vendors to the vendor list.
Yes, just like we
And what
bring
do
you
we
the
need to do
purchasing
to take
co-ops.
away?
Take away?
Until consideration.
So if I can, this is putting them in a list, and then to use them is another process.
I'm not gonna approve it, I'm not sure. I don't.
So does this have anything to do with the $25,000 on the local?
This has to do with any amount that we want to spend on them. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's three consultants that I would like to discuss in closed session. When we go to closed session,
Absolutely.
pertaining to what's happening on campuses right now.
Absolutely. That's what I'm asking. That's what Marco said.
So I would like to table this or put this on hold till we come back from the closed session.
So on our,
Either that, or we'll table it, or whatever the rest of the board wants to do, but there's three vendors on here that need to be discussed as to why we're continuing to use them, and, there are some other concerns pertaining to what's happening on, one of the campuses.
okay. I would, looking at the closed session agenda, it has 2 items for teacher contracts and non-chapter 21 contracts. So if there's a motion to be made to have that discussion, I would recommend that it's a motion to table the item for the next board meeting, and then add that appropriate item to the closed session piece of the meeting.
That's fine, so do you want me to name the people that I don't want on this list?
If-
Or do you just table the whole item?
Table the whole item.
Let's table the whole item.
There's 2 options that would come from me. Is one, you could approve the whole list so that they can move forward with the other vendors and do school business and just take out the 3 that you have questions on, or you could table the whole list as well.
Well, then ask the rest of the board, what are your thoughts and how do you want to move forward with this?
We can table the items that are in question, and then, like he said, so the other things can move forward if needed. But there's more concerning ones that we do need to table.
Anyone else have
Should we
any
make a motion?
comments?
I agree.
Okay, so then I will name the 3 vendors that I want to discuss, prior to the next meeting. One of them is Amy Deckard with TLC, Seeing Education Services, and Sylvia Rincon, which is a communications person.
Okay. Was there a third one?
That's 3.
Oh, sorry, I saw it. Okay.
Could we add, as a board, could we consider adding the Sing Education Services?
If you would like that,
Oh, okay.
I think, yes, I agree.
So what were your 3 again? Repeat them, Mr. Reyes?
Amy Deckard.
Number 1 is Amy Deckard with TLC, Seeing Education Services,
Right.
and Sylvia Rincon, which is a communications consultant.
Okay. Do you want to make that into a motion so we could get a second and a vote on that?
Okay, I'll do it. I make a motion to approve, the list with the exception of my 3 and one more for Ms. Dora. With, Amy Decker, QFC,
You named it.
Education Services, Sylvia Rincon, and if you'd like to name that, Dora, go ahead.
She named it.
You
named
included it. I just didn't hear it. Sorry.
Very good, so that's my motion.
I'll second.
So I have a motion made by Marco Reyes to approve the list of vendors as presented with the exception of Amy Decker, TLC Consulting, Seeing Education Services, and Sylvia Rincon, PR and Communications. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second made by Lionel Gondera. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and, and motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 8C, consider and possible action on approval of catalog bids for supplies request for proposals.
This is very similar to the previous item. The Purchasing Department extended the request for proposals for catalog bids for supplies. These are non-competitive, and if approved, would allow the district to purchase from the provided list of additional vendors. If so chosen, the district would have more options and flexibility while maintaining compliance with legal requirements. The administration recommends that the board approve the list of vendors for catalog bids for supplies request for proposals 26-002 as presented with the option to renew up to 3 years.
Okay, so this is the same piece, but this is for
The actual supplies,
actual
catalog
items?
bid, yes.
What's the highlighted portion of it? I mean, I read it, but,
So
without noting it, that we have to note it?
I noted
There.
it, so it'd be on the record because
Okay.
that particular vendor, JPS Graphics Corporation, DBA JPS Books and Logistics, we had a deadline, I believe it was April 2nd by 2 p.m. that it had to be, all the requests had to be submitted and received by. His was not sent to the correct email address. It was sent to to the Purchasing Department staff direct email address, but it was received on time. So we're asking if you'd like to make that exception or not.
What kind of services do they provide?
They
there from
actually do
Dallas?
printing.
Okay.
They do printing and assembling of one of the vendors, like curriculum and instruction stuff. The vendor, one vendor creates it, but doesn't actually sell the finished product. They get a certain amount of copies, and then they have to have copies printed. So this is a professional printer. Yes.
Does anyone else have any questions on this item? And if no one has any further questions, can I get a motion for this item?
Any questions?
And so moved, sir.
Have a motion made by Marco Reyes.
Mr. Reyes, to include JPS Graphics?
I'm not hearing it very well, Lionel, so I would say yes to add what you just said.
Okay, all right, I'll second that. To include JPS Graphics Corporation.
Have a second made by Lionel Gondeta. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8D, consider and possible action to approve the purchase of network switches. Mr. Garza.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Spohr, members of the board, fellow administrators. Daniel Garza with the Technology Department. Come before you, continuing with our multi-year network switch upgrade replacement plan. We would utilize the E-rate funding to supplement the purchase of 45 network switches for the 26-27 school year. This purchase would complete the district's network upgrade plan that we implemented back in 2022, around November timeframe when I wrote it up. We anticipate to budget for the district's 20% of this project. Again, we would utilize E-rate. They would pay 80% of the remaining balance. So the awarded vendor for this is Pearsall Systems. Total project cost is $307,321.38. USAC or the FCC would pay $245,857.10, and then the district's 20% contribution would be $61,464.28. A little bit about what E-rate is for those of you that are new to the board or hadn't been here. E-rate's pretty much a FCC program, the Federal Communications Commission. It helps districts buy, internet telecommunication services and equipment. There's two categories: a category 1, which is just your internet service telecommunications, and then you have your second category 2, which is your networking hardware to connect that internet to your campus. Of course, the discounts range from 20% to 90%, and then of course if you're in a rural district, you know, you can also get a little increase in that as well. Pearsall ISD is currently at 80% with our socioeconomic disadvantaged kids, and that's kind of pulled through the National Lunch School program. So funding per student, we are in the new cycle that just started. They revamped E-rate about 5-6 years back, so this is now cycle 2. For the next 5 years, we had a total of $371,695.08 allocated for E-rate. So, what is our networking hardware? What do we have? What am I talking about? So we have 2 firewalls within the district, and if they're highlighted green, it means that we've already replaced or upgraded those systems. We have 99 switches. When I got here in 2022, I think we had like 92, 93 switches, so we have added capacity. We built a pack, we had to wire that in, add networking hardware. We replaced the wireless LAN controller and as well as 266 wireless access points throughout the district, added additional, you know, coverages and stuff like that, areas we needed. We already kind of talked about the project cost for Pearsall ISD, or for the total project, the $307,000 I alluded to earlier, and then of course our USAC's portion is 80%. And our contribution is 20%. Any questions or concerns?
I don't have any concerns. Anybody else? Nope. I would use the money while we got it.
Yes, sir. And again, this is next year's budget, so I just got to get y'all's approval so I can start, you know, continue on the process, and that way when it comes time for budget, we put in this amount for that. Thank y'all, board.
All right. If no one else has any other questions on this item, can I get a motion for the purchase of the network switches?
I make a motion to approve the purchase of network switches as presented.
I second.
Have a motion made by Lionel Gandara, have a second by Mari Benavides. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
All right. The time is now 9:19 p.m. and the board will adjourn into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 to discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear complaints or charges against a public officer or employee, discussing teacher contracts and non-Chapter 21 contracts. Audrey, are you good? The time is now 11:10 p.m. and the board will now come back to public meeting. Now we'll move on to item 10, and the board may take appropriate action regarding employment, appointment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline of a dismissal of a public officer or employee, or hear complaints or charges against a public officer or employee. Do I have any motions coming out of executive session for the HR report at this time? Yeah, this is just for one, just the HR or personnel report that was discussed in executive session.
I'll make a motion to approve the HR report.
Okay, I have a motion made by Marty Benavides. Do I have a second? Have a second made by Diana Hughes. All in favor? I have one, two, three. One. So I have Diana, Dora, Lionel, Marty, Matthew as a yes, and then all opposed. And then I have Miss Adrian Ramirez opposed. And Marco is not here, so non-vote. So let me write this down. Okay. Motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Okay. And is there any motion? Can I get a motion on the contracts that were presented in executive session?
I'll make a motion to approve the contracts as presented.
Have a motion made by Mari Benavides to approve the contracts that were presented in executive session. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second made by Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. And if there is no further business that needs to happen and no one opposes, the meeting will now finish and adjourn at 11:11 p.m.